Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Asteroid Fight Club presentation. And today we're going to have a Jesus, Texas, women and whiskey heavy freedom celebration, at least energetically on my end. And so, there have been 2 points since the plague started. There's a plague in 2020. Russia today referred to it as Black Plague. Or bubonic, super chronic, bad shit. And so, from January 30th to the middle of March, I had to get everybody ready for lockdown. That was very stressful. But once we started initial lockdown, it got less stressful because we were saving lives and human beings. We were saving grandmas, grandpas, dads, moms, sons and daughters. So I'll remind you, studies show that 45% of the people who get the virus and go to the doctor after they are released from the hospital still have conditions that have to be dealt with medically just from the virus, where you're still getting treatment even after you've been released from the hospital. So it's a bad deal, man. And Texas did great. And then we kind of shit the bed at Memorial Day. Now, today, we're back on track. And everybody's a superhero now, and everybody's got to wear a mask in Texas. And so, the 2 days where I got to like relax a tiny fucking bit, man. Today was one of them. And so, cheers to you. Cheers to Texas. Cheers to everyone. And that God bless Texas, man. Well, I guess this whiskey's maybe from Tennessee. Kentucky. That would have been my second guess. And so, no offense, but at the end of the day, I don't care how people feel about it. They're like, we are saving people's lives here. We are saving people losing part of their lung function. We're saving people. You know, this thing attacks people in super weird ways in different places at different times. We still know so little about this virus. Man, you know? And so everybody else can have their own opinion. Everybody's free to your opinion, bro. You're free to have your opinion. But as a guy who has been working with not only Texas, the United States, the Americas, and Earth to help, today I get to rest a tiny bit. I mean, it's not even rest. It's just like a small pressure release. We are now masked warriors in the fight against this invisible motherfucking plague that the Bible warned us about. Nostradamus warned us about. Leo King warned us about. Like, we've had a lot of warnings, man. And as Nostradamus had mentioned, plagues could, should, may multiply. And we're like almost literally at the halfway point of 2020. And so technically my 4th of July celebrations started on the 30th. And I have gone on a week bender before. Though drinking whiskey every 3 days doesn't seem like the same type of fucking thing. Anyway, but I love you. And my super sweet neighbor, Rose, I sat and talked to her today. And I was trying to tell her how I'm happy that we are saving people's lives. And that, it was almost, wearing the mask is a big deal. Helps a shit ton. And so, I was proud today. I'm just talking about today, people. Of our mayor, Sylvester Turner, and then even our governor, to be able to do a 360, be like, all right, I made a mistake, I'm correcting my mistake. That's Texan. Texans do that shit. Or most of us, if we make a mistake, or we had a theory, or it didn't work out, like if shit went sideways, we're like, it's my fault, I'll fix it. That's how cool Texas code and CODA. That's how it is, that's how it should be. It's how Texas pretty much self-regulates itself. But 2020 has been weird. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, but now that it appears Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk have deep interests in Texas, things have gotten weirder for me on a personal level. And then I felt Texas is bigger than a president, man. Texas has always been bigger than a single fucking president. Texas is great. We're like the lighthouse of freedom within the lighthouse of freedom. And so my sweet 92-year-old neighbor Rose, who's a black lady, was talking about our mayor, Sylvester Turner, who's a black man, and she was saying he doesn't talk about Jesus enough. And that's where I was like, whoa! You know, like, I'm super proud of Sylvester Turner. He's done, I think, an amazing job, and I think the Christians that are out there anytime in the public eye are like super representing. They're like, at the end of the day, like Astroid Fight Club, I'm trying to protect everyone. I don't care what your fucking religion is. And that, like, my being a Christian does not limit my love for y'all and my ability to protect and defend. And that, so if I'm trying to get everybody to wear a mask, the whole like, wear a mask for Jesus, like that angle is probably not going to get me to exactly where I want to go. Or I need atheists to wear masks. I need Muslims to wear masks. I need Jews to wear masks. I need Satanists to wear. I need Earthlings to wear masks for the next fucking 6 months. And then I need the smartest, coolest, creative ones to bust that motherfucking mask science out. Make them comfortable. Make them help. Like, put a lot of our focus on, because like my mask is like I'm wearing a burst sackcloth. But I'm a cowboy. I'm not going to be bitching. Unless it's funny. Anywho. And so, Avengers Endgame loosely touched on it with Star-Lord Peter Quill, where there's the whole thing of, or you know, even as a Christian, people are like, you're not talking about Jesus enough, or you are not being a good Christian. This has always been one of my like, well, fuck, I will vape to that. And politely disagree. So today, one day of the year, I am proud of my governor, and I'm proud of my mayor. And they asked Sylvester to cancel the Republican convention, which is in Texas in like a week. And I'm like, no. And he was like, that is not my job. I'm a Democrat mayor. And if they're going to cancel it, it ain't coming from me. And I thought that was the right move. And then even our governor was like, this is a super high recommendation, maybe even a law that, yeah, you shouldn't have that fucking thing in Texas, man. Or you should just make it remote now that everything's gone remote. And so today, on the 2nd, middle of fundraiser, no less, I'm very, as a Texan and American and Planetary Defense Commander, I'm happy with Mr. Turner, Mr. Abbott, and everybody in Texas who has helped fucking keep it together and stay cool in 2020. That I've always been okay with over loving being a Texan. And that finding super special pride, like the same way people take pride in the president, I take pride in the whole motherfucking state. Especially since Texas women are the most beautiful. Asterisk. But you know. They're strong and smart and funny and cool. Oh, so Boogie had a video today where he said everybody's canceled. Because apparently there's been a lot of shitty behavior in the streamer gaming communities. And I was like, man, didn't any of you guys play Halo 10 years ago? It was just garbage people saying the most garbage shit humans could invent. I mean, I don't mean to call them garbage, but I'm saying I'm not big into first-person shooters. Apparently everyone is a sinner. I don't know if you knew that. Alright, so now this video may get totally banned because I'm going to play DJ because it's a party. So 2 of the videos have been blocked worldwide when I'm done showing them, which is a weird aspect. It's very video gamey. But and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but today I don't need anybody else's opinion on the planet. I can just be happy with Texas today. And I would suggest just shut the fuck up, play defense, and check out all the data over the next 10 days. Remember when I said January play maximum defense till July 4th, and then we will reassess everything. So we still got 2 more days before we're reassessing the big picture, which was avoid this shit like the plague. Like it was the 2020 movie real life shit where people tried to break that geo-engineered virus out of a lab to steal it from somebody. It went awry, so the vial tumbled in the air in slow motion and then popped. And so nobody wanted that shit to get out, but it got out of like a Pandora's box because people just got so fucking arrogant and dumb and like it just literally the bad choices just kept stacking on top of fucking each other. And we screwed the pooch. That's always been how I told y'all to treat it, so that whatever the fuck it is, you don't want to get it, you don't want your friends to get it, you don't want your town to get it. And then from the next 5 months, we're just going to play fucking defense. We're going to watch all the data. And that doesn't mean what Fox says, that doesn't mean what CNN says. That means Brazil, Turkey, Greece, Spain, Africa, Italy, Russia, the Ukraine, Mexico. And you need to check out all those motherfucking data sets. Especially if you're going to come to me with an educated opinion that varies from what mine is. And I haven't drank enough whiskey yet. Have I told this story about when the weird bug showed up in my apartment? I was like, holy crap, is that the fucking virus? And I hung out for like 2 hours. It was weird. So yeah, I'm not a fear seller, but 2020's doomy as shit, yo. So it's a weird balance of being a good man, defending and protecting myself, and being a good Christian. Especially in 2020, while being single with no kids and no divorces. Looking for a wife or tactical 3 girlfriends, you know. Okay, so last night, the dreams have been off the chart. And I had a dream that I was with the X-Men and Kitty Pryde. And at one point in time, Kitty Pryde called me Planetary Defense Commander, and it really like hit my butt. And I was like, wow, that's like the greatest shit ever. Is the way she said it. And then I woke up and was back on Earth, July 2nd. Weird, so I was checking out art from yesteryears. That's Texas. And up there it says Civilization 1A+. But remember, I've spent a lot of time worried they're going to try and drop up the Great Lakes into the ocean. And the thumb out means I love you. But it's so fucking weird, man, how lyrics have changed. Like, Will's talking like, man, in your face, I got more seats at the Laker games than you do. Which isn't relevant now because the Laker games, they can have no people in the seats. You can spend like $100, $10. They will take a picture of you, put it on a piece of cardboard, and then sit it in your motherfucking seat. But you cannot go to the NBA games now because we got to motherfucking play. I'm just saying, it's a weird deal, man, that lyrics across the board, it's like, it totally changed the meaning of some songs now. Like, those little lyrics have been rendered irrelevant. As a writer, as a poet, as a lyricist, you never want to write lyrics that somehow just don't make any fucking sense anymore because shit changed so deeply. So now, if you don't mind, this is a song I got to sing on and a band played. Tonight we are alive. It's all inside. Fission, fusion, desire. Darling, I'll take you higher. Just checking to see if my lyrics are still relevant. Such is life in the underworld. Though in darkness, you're still my girl. Who could that be about? And now seasons change. I don't like giving up on people, man. It's not my thing. I never really like giving up on people. You need to know that I love you. Be careful what you do. We're off the wall. We won't fall. Revolution, evolution. We are new, and we will get it right. Let's get it right. Let's get it right. Let's get it right this time. So that is me in 2017 trying to convince everyone, including all 52 secret societies, to work together as one Earth family to avoid the fucking plague. Can you hear me putting my heart and soul into me trying to convey to everyone we should work together to avoid the plague? Like, if we want to avoid the fucking plague, and tonight we are alive. It is all inside. Vision, fusion, desire. I'll take it higher. Woohoo! So yeah, I've been drinking whiskey and beer. And so I'm balancing out. Happy Freedom Day. I am free to vape. I'm free to smoke. I'm free to drink both whiskey and beer. And I'm free to talk to you guys about the weird balance of being a Christian and planetary defense commander. And they're like, I hope you understand it. Because me and my 92-year-old neighbor, who I love, we're having a conversation. And she was saying our mayor in Houston doesn't talk about Jesus enough. And so, like I said, my whole strategy of like, I could have been like, Jesus wants you to wear a mask. But that never seemed like it's not really, and that would exclude a lot of people that need to wear masks. You know, playing defense, survival. Like we're in IPAC GOAT, where all the fucking towers are crumbling. The three: capitalism, socialism, communism. And then you have the technocrats who are like, we have definitely been part of groups that have done major studies over how every single timeline will go from here. And we hold X amount of the power. And me over here like, when the fuck am I going to get to cuddle again? Seriously. Like I will stop an Avengers meeting on a very important subject once every 3 years just to ask that fucking question. Like it was the only thing that mattered in the universe. And Rose and I, she reminds me of the Oracle in the Matrix. I don't know if you guys seen the Matrix. So at times I'm like, how do you guys want me to present this information to the aliens? How should I form our nation-based, book-based religion to motherfuckers that aren't from our planet? And especially the ones that want to eat people. I don't know. 2020 could get weird. And I love you. I don't know, part of like going live while drinking is like maybe I'll say something that will get me canceled. I like to test my abilities. But at the end of the day, I'm the guy who's like, hey, play defense. Hey, we're all in this together. Hey, we should end all wars to solve all problems. Hey, 140 years on gasoline is a bit much, man. Are we starting to worship those motherfucking dinosaurs that the supposed gasoline came from? They're like, every day is basically, we are worshiping dead dinosaurs. Thank you for your dinosaur blood, Astroid. And, dude, as a Texan, bro, I've showed you the map, motherfuckers. I'll be cussing up a storm. They're like, remember, I've talked to so many people, dude. I've talked to so many people in the last 30 years about super intelligent, funny fucking Thor stuff. And so, it is common knowledge that trillions of dollars worth of petroleum and natural gas have been extracted from the Odessa Permian Basin. And that shit was supposedly refilled with water. Although it may refill itself, but that is a whole nother discussion I'm not even allowed to have with you, really. And so, in the back of my mind, a big Texas earthquake is always fucking possible. Like, it will not surprise me. We extracted that much. One of the most durable liquids, plasmas out there, and just exchange it with water. No disrespect to water, but you could have major geological fucking blowback at some point if you weren't doing it with a wise mind. I don't know, like, do you guys even understand the fucking pipes that run in the fucking ground? Like, we had a major earthquake in the United States anywhere, anything over an 8, and near any major city, it would be such a fucking catastrophe. You'd have so many pipes exploding. And it's like everybody signed some contract to, like, not play planetary defense. Where that, like, we are collectively trying to save each other through our actions. Making sure we all have a little cornbread and butter every day. Making sure we all got something to drink. And we all got to have something to do. Although I got to the old man stage where if I needed to, I could sit on my porch and watch the weather till my days go, you know? And there's the thing where people are tired and they're like, I want to leave the planet Earth. I want to leave this reality. I want to go home. And I don't always know how to deal with that, man. I was taught no matter what you wake up into, you do the best you can with the hand you've been dealt. And have faith better days will be ahead. Especially since Marvel and DC guys are totally in flux. I don't know, I'm just saying. A lot of people are just tired and don't want to do life anymore. And I'm been like, hey, you ain't gotta suck this bad. This shit sucks. I think they did a poll and like 5% of the people thought America was headed in the right direction. We're like, we've collectively figured out how to do everything the worst way possible, almost. And it's strange how you always have the like 10% of YouTube Nibiru commenters who are like, if you treat the people with respect and humanity and give everyone basic rights, the devil wins. That is the new world order. And then they're gonna fucking hurricane dickhole microchips straight into your 5G butthole vaccine mind. And you are just done, buddy. It's almost like Wall Street paid gremlins to just convince people that they were powerless. So you get a lot of people who are like, fuck this place, I just want to go home. And I love y'all. Um, I have bought myself at least enough patience for the rest of 2020. Yeah, there are people who are like, the next Hitler, the third Antichrist, is going to show up. Or like, you got Cthulhu demons that will be here or are here. Or that like they're giant, ancient Martian armies. And that may be true, man. I'm gonna do my very fucking best with the hand that I've been dealt with. And back in like 2015 I can remember there was around the first time I started saying like, why the fuck are you making 10-year plans, man? The grand transition is happening definitely by around 2020. So the idea of making 10-year plans until the world figures out what capitalism, communism, and socialism are going to do into a new digital age, there's no fucking reason to be making long-term plans right now. The world is not going to look the same as it is now. It is absolutely going to fucking change. That we're in a zone where money and force will not solve all your motherfucking problems. And if you fuck shit up, it will be your absolute doom. Like, instead of Civilization 1A plus, you get Civilization 0 negative 1. And maybe for like a million trillion years, I'll run around as a bird, or a horse, or a cute little gecko lizard, or a dog. So there's been a giant fire festival aspect to all of this, where a decade ago, 20 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, people got told some giant fairy tale, and that fairy tale did not come true. That the like statement on our artificial intelligence, if I'm correct, is that it will do whatever you program it to do. And technically, that is not artificial intelligence. The human soul is a magical, inexplicable thing. So right now, this is as close as I can get. I'm hanging out in a bar with 64 people. 2 days before the 4th of July. And the male in me is always loved this summer and the freedom energy. Like, I've made a lot of videos about the 4th of July. And like, it's freedom. And at the end of the day, that is what we're fighting for as civilization continues to move forward. And that, have there been improvements in the last 20 years? Absolutely. Have there been retrograde backtracking unimprovements? Absolutely. Your skin makes me cry. You float like an angel in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You are so fucking special. Alright, so when I would leave myself like dialogue, movie, video, or whatever, I did notes. Here at a volcano crater, it says, oh, like volcano nipples? And then the crater grows wider, and the person number 2 says, no, nothing like volcano nipples. And then like a big like little inner city pops out of the volcano, like a little spaceship city. Alright, so let's go through that again in case that rating wasn't great. Oh, like volcano nipples? No, nothing like volcano nipples. Yeah? We made it through. And I was backwards, but that's what it said. We made it through. And here notes, it's all relative. No, it's not. It's all a matter of perspective. Or that's 3 people. It's all relative. No, it's not. That's a matter of perspective. Ooh, runs away. Yeah. Man. So I mentioned a rose. Like, I have not kissed a woman since December 4th, 5th, 2017. And then, like, driving a car, kissing a woman, are like the only 2 things I want. I can think of that if I got to make personal choices right now. And then I played her a song the last woman I kissed sang. And then when it's over, she goes, why'd you let her go? And I laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed like I hadn't laughed in a long time. Because that's the thing about women, man, is like, you never have them, like you're never caging them. And so technically you're never letting them go. It's a matter of, does that butterfly, does that bird, does that dragon want to spend time with you? I don't belong here. Okay. So yeah, so summer, usually summer is rock and rolly and running aroundy. And half the time I'm single, so I'm always looking for summer loving. Happens so fast. Summer seems like an extra masculine season from what I've been raised in Texas. And it was weird. There's a movie called Fandango, Kevin Costner and friends. And they're having a bottle rocket fight out before they go to war, I think in Vietnam, or maybe it's Korea. And with all the weird riot shit, which I believe, like I said, I'm pretty sure Hydra's behind most of the major breaking of stuff and burning things down. Because if you'll notice, much of the rioters have skateboards. And apparently skateboarders riot and break shit, set shit on fire whenever they can. Because there's not always a season for rioting, man. What are you talking about? Yeah, so it's summer vibes. And have you ever sat on the deck of a lake or ocean with either live music playing or just like 150 people sitting there drinking, enjoying the lake and all the boats that are going by? Like we've time machined back to 1996, 1995, 1994. I think of both Longshot and Cable, X-Men. Where like you have your innocent side and then you have your side that has been through so many wars and had so many scars, lost so many battles. But at the midpoint, it felt like today Texas did the right thing. And it feels like it's a whole atmospheric defensive team thing. Like, it does appear that they're geoengineering the weather, at least for the lower 48s. It looks like they're playing excellent defense, or somebody is. And so, the same reason we haven't had major earthquakes on the West Coast, and that we haven't had major super killing earthquakes, tsunamis since 2011. That like, overall, it does seem like teams are playing defense out there for everybody. Like, I'm not the only one on Space Force. I'm not the only one looking for a Star Trek future. Oh. So thank you for hanging out with me, y'all. Yes, Charles, I do think I am going to get copyright claimed. But that makes me hanging out with you here now, live, on this day where I'm personally celebrating. The only 2 days that I've got to celebrate as Planetary Defense Commander was when they locked shit down. Because I'm protecting grandmas, I'm protecting grandpas, I'm protecting moms, dads, children, people, brothers, sisters. So post-lockdown, I was like, holy fuck, I get to relax a tiny bit. And then, as I said, May did not go well. But today, Texas had a uniform plan of like, look, we are masking it up and we will figure it out. But step one, wear a motherfucking mask. At least through summer. And over the course of the last 8 years, I've had a lot of people talking to me about national politics. So, I represent myself in my town, my city, my state, and then my nation. But that's it. We're fighting the fucking plague, man. The Black Plague, called whatever, the Y2K 2020 plague. The thing that everybody feared in 1999 when the ones went to zeros, that little bug is here 20 years later and is manifested of every bad thought, every horrible thing that has happened in the last 20 years, possibly 7,000 years. That is what we are dealing with. I say this to you as your planetary defense commander. Yeah, we were protecting kitties, we were protecting puppies, we were protecting people, we were protecting birds, we were protecting lizards, we were protecting all the living creatures and giving them some type of forward-moving system that is way better than what the fuck we have had the last 2,000 years. That is what is going to happen. If I had chips, that's how I bet them every day. Yes, there are people like, that is not what is going to happen. I'm like, we disagree, man. And I like to feel unique. So I do not need all 7 billion people or any 7 billion people to need to agree with me on something that I believe in. Like if I see a woman, I'm like, holy crap, I'll be happy to kiss her every single day of my life till I died. If anybody else is like, you know what? That's not the type of woman I want to kiss every single day, but I don't give a fuck. I literally don't give a single fuck at all. You know? And when I do kiss a woman again, she's going to be cool, and she's going to be beautiful, and she's going to stand well. And we're going to have good chemistry. We both can be able to talk to you and be funny. Oh, interesting choice, YouTube algo. But it is definitely summer music. Not this one. So yeah, you basically gotta feed everybody. Give them a place to stay, keep water running, keep internet on, and then convince everybody like, hey, don't kill each other, don't hate each other. Don't kill each other, don't rape each other, don't hate each other. Those are like the rules, man. Texas, don't kill each other, don't hate each other, don't rape each other. Right, we're starting basic. There's enough cornbread to go around, there's enough beans to go around. But we're going to keep that shit up. And the cute thing about, so today when I went to Rose, the other day I walked like a mile to Walmart, half a mile, I don't know what the fuck it is. Walmart. And I bought $71 worth of groceries. And I walked, it was hot that day, back. And it was difficult, but I made it. Anywho, I spent, it was like $4, $3. on what was called European butter. You guys may be like, fuck, I'm never donating or contributing to your channel again. You spent $4 on European butter. Right? But it only has 2 sticks in it. I was feeling hoity-toity that day, man. And so my 92-year-old neighbor today, when she was like, last night she handed me a plate. Had like chicken, greens, black eyed peas, and sweet potatoes. And then when she handed it to me, she goes, I want my plate back. And I said, okay. And then she said, I want all my plates back. I said, okay. And so today, I did the dishes, and then I brought her 4 plates back washed. Though she'll probably rewash them if I know moms. And I gave her the other stick of this fucking fancy ass European butter. She makes cornbread, dude. I love motherfucking cornbread. And a good dab, good butter. I don't know if this butter's good though. It's Danish. And I would imagine Danish people look natural fucking churning that shit. I love butter. Butter and cheese. Bruce Lee went on and on about butter and cheese or water. No. And I'm like, hey, butter and cheese though. Anywho. So yeah, I brought her plates back washed. Because she gave me like 4, 5 plates with like, it's a whole plate of food, which is like a big thing I'm into now. Like everybody should be, as you grow up, you should be able to prepare. What is your good plate of food that if you like hand somebody, you don't know me, but I'm handing you an excellent plate of food that you will love that day and will make you happy and be like, damn, that's a good plate. Anyway, Rose had weird warnings about this full moon coming up as well. It's like I've never had $1 million, but if I did have a lot of money, A, I'd definitely have a fucking car, bro. And B, I would definitely like buy fancy butter, I would buy fancy cheese, and I would buy fancy frosting to see if that shit was better than like the average everyday shit that you could get that was still super duper awesome and fan-fucking-tastic. Like if I had $100, would I spend $1,000 on a stick of butter? Maybe once, just to see if it was worth $1,000. Probably not. See, I don't even know. It seems dumb. You could feed a bunch of people. And that's what we're talking about here now, is feeding everybody. Because you're dealing with the goddamn black plague in the digital age. Jackass, dickweed, fuckstick. And yeah, somehow, part of my job is converting stupid people not to be stupid no more. So imagine that day you're sitting in the office like you're hired, but your job is to convince stupid people not to be stupid no more. How excited would you be? Anywho, so my neighbor, Grandma Rose, who I love, she hit a button with me when she was like, our Houston mayor, Sylvester Turner, does not talk about Jesus enough. That we are very divided, we are very conquered as a nation and a world with like every mental trick and word and sentence that has been said over the last 10,000 years. And I still too look for the words that help express both my love for my Savior, Lord Jesus Christ, and every single human being on the planet that I love. Jesus said the peacekeepers are the children of God, so I work towards being a peacekeeper. And that when you maintain peace and maintaining peace, you feed everybody. You make sure everybody has a pillow and a bed to lay on. It's modern age, electricity, place to stay. And yeah, you take care of their health. If they're sick, you make sure they get back to better. So the 2 laws of Jesus Christ are love God above all else and treat your neighbor as your family. So that is what I do. That everybody, even the non-believers, are as much family as the believers. I'm not prepared to throw anyone away. Not prepared to toss anybody in a volcano. Not prepared to let anybody die in the middle of America falling in. Not prepared to let some fucking horrible black plague bug virus kill people I don't know and will never meet. I know there are people that are okay with that shit. But they're like Asteroid Fight Club and every family, friends. I feel like I've had a super lucky life. And I do feel like the coolest man on the planet right now. Of all the men that are out there, I feel like El Numero Uno Coole. Like if you're gonna do a man and do a man right, I did okay. I did a better than okay. If I gotta go to a party at your house where dinner is being served, I can handle myself and be cool and have everybody leave and be like, hey, it was cool. Most of the time, unless it turns into some weird political clusterfuck fest. Which is probably why I've stayed home for the last 1,000 days. I'm gonna put my butter up. You need anything? Oh, I'm gonna get ice. Yeah, we were celebrating the fact that we made it this far, my love. All right, so whiskey time. A hard part for me was in 2018 and at the end of 2017, Fitzroy's mother died. It was like a second mother to me. She colored this. And my stepdad passed away. Anyway, Fitzroy's mom, Phyllis, was one of the funniest human beings I'd ever met. She was really funny. And if she was in a good mood, she was excellent at conversation. And she lived a pretty spectacular life. She was a beautiful woman that all the men wanted. I knew her, was she in her late 70s? at Christmas time, she was one of my Phyllis and my stepdad were excellent Christmas people. We're like, no matter what the fuck you were doing, they were in a Christmas spirit for a Christmas bubble. And no matter your issue, their Christmas spirit raged on. And their Christmas spirit could not be defeated. And they took the Christmas tree very special. And that Phyllis made the greatest eggnog with whiskey I'd ever had. Cheers, yo. Merry Christmas. Happy 4th of July. Oh, what brought that on was like very rarely to talk about my family. But Rose, my 92-year-old neighbor, goes, your mama needs to come down to Houston and see you. And that hit me as hard as when she said, why did the last woman you kissed, why did you let her go? And when Phyllis was alive, around holiday time, I asked my mom multiple years, like, please come down to Houston and go to dinner with me and Phyllis, just because that would be like the greatest night of my life, because you guys are both smart and funny. And that shit never happened. So yeah, when I hung out with the Oracle today, my neighbor, who I love, Grandma Rose, hit my buttons, baby. On a day, Abbott was like, yeah, Texas masked the fuck up. Grow a pair. Put your big boy panties on. Okay, also, Saturn just retrograded into Capricorn. And so, like, Saturn left Sagittarius at the end of 2017. Went into Capricorn. And then, like, at the start of 2020, Saturn left Capricorn and went into Aquarius somewhere in 2020. And then Saturn on July 1st retrograded backwards into Capricorn again. And the card they use in tarot for Capricorn is the Devil. To a man and a woman chained to him. We're not in the clear yet. And my biggest sins in 2020 are arrogance, cockiness, self-assuredness, cocksureness. Like, yeah, for 40 years, I've been like, hey, we should have peace. And everybody's like, no, we should have war. And so that somehow in that time I've gotten good at fighting. And especially defense. And to this day, the universe and God, Jesus, has always had my back. I sit here in front of you, newest iPhone, and anyone who's watching, 51 people. And that definitely since 2020, it has been an absolute everyday spiritual warfare brawl. And that I protect the people, the animals, and the planet, and everything around. And I'm still standing, although at the moment I'm sitting in a chair. And I've made bold proclamations that I'm going to live for at least 10 more years. That no matter what happens, I'm going to be here. And what type of world do we want? And I ask all of my haters, enemies, hackers, to stand down and get with the program. Because if I understand correctly, I am a Sagittarius, Capricorn, Gemini. And Sagittarians are the optimists and the warriors of the zodiac. The truth. And so with Saturn and Jupiter meeting up in the sky and all the planets at that event, I have like a bunch of power-ups. And that I'm down for 1,000 years of peace. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm fighting for. That's what I've been fighting for. 1,000 years of good times, man. I would like to give every living creature 1,000 years of good times. And we can live in a world without blame and hate. And that will be a fucking super awesome magical world. And so that, I still have that position though, that like when people accuse me of being a fearmonger, like, yo dude, I'm prepared to die today. And then when God looks back on my life, other than the arrogance and the female beauty obsession, I'm okay with being judged by God and the universe and Jesus and every angel sitting at that table. I mean, you know, as I've publicly said into a camera on the record for at least 5 or 6 years that I am your planetary defense commander, that I'm here to protect everybody and keep civilization together. And I have done that for an extended period of time through thick and thin. Through plague, hurricanes, Obama and Trump. So out of the 2 days that I've taken to celebrate, doing a good job, today is one of them. And that is more of a Texas level. But Texas sets the example for everybody else. Texas is a cool state. Houston is a cool city. And I should have been smart enough to recognize that the mask was the main factor, and it was my job to convince everybody else why we should have been wearing masks at a 99% level in Texas throughout May. So that I bear just as much responsibility as the governor or anyone else who did not figure out the proper solution that would have saved our fellow Texans' lives. And at some level, whether it be New Testament Christian theology or other things that, like, yes, there are some type of beasts, creatures, demons, dimensions that want to show up and want to see billions of human beings dead. And that we need protection and defense on so many levels for all the right reasons. And that the whole planet needs good guardians. And those good guardians do not need to be decided on like national lines. You have 195 countries that are divided by invisible lines of conflict over thousands of years. With one of the 3 Abrahamic religions backing up whatever war was fucking happening at the time. And that I'm going to say my cancelable thing now is that though at the moment black people are getting a lot of the attention, white women are getting a lot of the attention, trans people are getting a lot of the attention, the actual people that get abused most are the super poor people and homeless people. The people who are treated the worst on an everyday average are the homeless and the super poor. And that there is zero fucking reason to have homeless people in the United States or anywhere on the planet now. And that all of our power comes from teaming up as a planet. And that I know people don't want to hear it, but like something along the lines of CCC and universal basic income, that for the next 2 years, every single human being you know will somehow be dealing with the plague. And that you have a giant planet of 7 billion people, so everyone has dealt with it in their own ways. So the people who have made the biggest mistakes, everybody has to pay for that. But that at the end of the day, on a global level, to defeat this thing for the next 2 years, we all have to recognize that like it is the battle that we are all battling. And that so everybody gets the basics for the next 2 years until we figure out a world beyond the pre-2020 world. A lot of the focus, like 2020 has been probably one of the greediest periods I've ever seen in my life. To where even most of the media energy has been on the economy, the money, the stock market. That somehow the stock markets represent the human beings. And I presuppose since the mid-90s that the stock market is actually the beast talking of in the Bible. Where like we human beings, one of the systems and enemies we're dealing with are the markets. Because they do not care about the human beings, they care about the Pendleton stock that day. That they do not care about the human beings, they care about can I make X amount of money saying that this vaccine shows promise in week 1 and then having to do an about phase 3 weeks later. Which is, it like spurns from when we allowed, like when the Supreme Court said corporations are people, an alarm bell should have gone off in every single truth-seeking human being's mind that day. Like, if that didn't wake you up and make you woke when the Supreme Court said that Pepsi was a human being, I don't know what to do with you. And that, so what we are battling now as people is the system. Yes, feels nice out of all the days we've had so far, 184, to have 2 where I can have a little juice. And that the situation itself is very liquid. That it is changing on every level, in every like sector of every town and city. It is like a whack-a-mole. And that we are trying to maintain civilization as we are both dealing with the weird mix of, on top of everything else, if you have a 1.4% death rate of all human beings over the next year, and like at the end of the day, your health is the number one value. If you feel healthy and are healthy, your feel good energy is up here. If you do not feel healthy, your feel good energy is way down here. And so protecting the health of humans in 2020 is tantamount, because it's not just protecting their health today, it's protecting their health over the next 10 to 20 years. I love the movie Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. I love y'all. And I do think, you know, I have monthly fundraisers to keep doing what I do. And that my attitude about being Planetary Defense Commander is very Gemini. Where part of me absolutely fucking loves it. That like, if you could have one job in the world, Planetary Defense Commander is the greatest drug I've ever taken. But we've been getting our fucking ass curb stomped for a long fucking time. And that's so I'm here celebrating with you because we have had 2 victories in 2020. So I'm like, yay, 2 out of 184. But as I was saying before, they're like, the people that hate me and don't like me. Oh, dude, you gotta give it up. You gotta join Team Earth. Join the Peacemakers. Because Saturn went back into Capricorn on the 1st of July. And Jupiter at a conjunction with Pluto. Death and karma are here with us now every single day. I didn't like my stepdad's funeral, and I did not like my dad's funeral. Like, I did not have a good fucking time at either of those events. And I know there's a giant funeral industry. So yeah, I do not like, although Phyllis had a better funeral than Jim or my dad. I've thrown my gauntlet down. I've said that I'll be here for 10 years. At least. I'll do my best to protect everyone. And that Earth comes in seasons. Life comes in seasons. And that just because you were like king shit of fuck mountain from 2012 to 2017 does not mean you were going to be king shit of fuck mountain in 2020. Now right now the world does not need one single guy who is the best at everything. It needs a good plan for the future. The immediate future. Because our health system and our economic system depends upon each other. Be right back. Whoa! Alright, so as I've had Thor news for a while, I have had angels that have watched over. So my East Coast angel, a Hurst, or an Ingersoll, she got mad at me. For reasons to this day I still do not understand. And my Texas angel, she's happy with me, I think. And my mom is somewhere in the motherfucking middle. But like I said, my mother thinks that our president is one of the best human beings that has ever fucking lived on the planet. Asterisk? There's not a quote from her. I don't know. QAnon told us trust motherfucking plan, and I don't see any great fucking plan for the next 10 years, which is what everybody on Earth needs it right now. Anyway, to all my angels and Rose, I say thank you. That I adore strong women. Although these are two men, it's Hagrid and a plebeian holding Earth. I love strong women. I love strong women, the backbone of Earth. The ones who set the bar of happiness for us all. The Air Force had 2 or 3 pilots die this year from plane crashes. 3 planes crashed, 2 pilots died. I do not have the exact data right now, but I know there are way too many Air Force pilots dying from crashes that I'm comfortable with. Because if I had to guess, all those crashes come from hackers. And that the digital lords have been powerful. More powerful than like 99.9999% understand. And so whether it be India versus China or United States versus whoever has crashed our Air Force pilots, I am still super anti-torturer. It feels like someone has been torturing my people being Earthlings, for a long time, mentally, physically, and spiritually. I'm so done with it, but I do not know good moves to make. Though patience has been recommended several times. So yeah, I would guess the people watching, like, I'll probably delete this or copyrights will take it out again. But I'm glad that I'm here with you on this Texas day. Whiskey and beering and vaping, and I'm like, if I were to die today, that is my level of motherfucking honesty. It feels like some shitty schadenfreude Martian, for lack of a better term. Demons have been fucking us up through frequencies since 1999. Or earlier, and I'm very tired of it. And that death has always been a fucking, since I lost my stepfather and my mama too, Phyllis. Death has always been a part here now that is real, life and death. Those of us who survive in this reality. And there are many days where I feel like this is my reality. Like, I am responsible for how every single human being feels on the planet. That is the type of pressure I deal with at least once every 7 days. So, like, you're all my children. Every single one of you are like my children. And I just want you to be happy. Earth is like a bounty of miracles. And so you can do whatever you want to do. What do you want to do? And in like 2020, the answer is use gasoline and fight. And at the same time, as Planetary Defense Commander, I have a black versus white, white versus black aspect. And then a male versus female aspect that is totally lit. So if you have to de-escalate a conflict, and like one of the giant major things of America, especially the last 20, 40 years of like undocumented workers, there's like some unspoken thing to where lots of people hired them, but if they have some type of social media in the later years, we're like, oh yeah, we're totally against illegal immigrants. We're like, Mexicans and Texans are super family in ways that nobody will ever know. And to hear the rest of America talk jack stupid shit, like I said, if Texas was going to leave the Union and then just be like, all right, Texas and Mexico and Central America and South America, work it out. What was it talking about? I was saying that, like, oh yeah, class war. So yeah, the super rich have been mistreating everyone. So if there was someone who's being mistreated over the last 40 years, it has been the poor people and the homeless. Like, what was connected to the levels you got mistreated by? It would be how much money you had or didn't have, or you being homeless or in prison. And that all of our country and the rest of the world turned a blind eye. That where we jump pointed off from the 90s was turning a fucking blind eye. It was like, how high can we take the stock markets? How good can we get the economy? How good can we get the technology? So like now that we have maxed out the technocrat shit, it is time to return home to the human beings. Like, gotta take care of the human beings, gotta take care of the cats, gotta take care of the fish, gotta take care of the oceans. Now that you've gone, push it out X amount of far. And the very first screenplay I ever wrote, I think, was called, or one of the first few, called Curse of Immortality. So there was it, 17, 18, dealing with like, all right, you have a bunch of immortal people, and what problems might the immortals bring? That where with immortality, you have the ability to abuse people before you with unseen levels, whereas like the universe and God have limited us to like 100-year lifespan, where like we get a I'm just talking. Yes, indeed. I'm talking. You are listening to me. So yes, I get up every day and I protect everybody. And I wish everybody would get on that page. And I always think about it as Bill Murray as your camp counselor. like, we're all gonna work through this together. And then you have people like, no, G5, Deep State, Bill Gates, George Soros, Flat Earth, Beelzebub, we're fucked, Bill. And if you get enough people screaming out the same dumb shit, then Bill Murray gets drowned out. And so for the rest of summer camp, you just get everybody going. Vaccine, G5, Mark of the Beast, Bill Gates, George Soros, Deep State, Clusterfuck, Agenda 2030. Like, it's just, like, that's it. It's like a constant bumper sticker stream playing in your brain. Talking about doom and gloom and nothing else. And then it breaks in. It's got OJ and the Bronco as a commercial for Ford at a time where I don't even have a vehicle. And I do think Mustangs might be the greatest car that has ever been created out of all the vehicles. Like, I'm super pro Mustang. I mean, big SUVs are cool and all, and I get their appeal, but like, not the same as a Batmobile, where if you have to literally control and protect everything around you, you got to keep your spaces smaller, you know? Like, there's something incredibly intimate about just you and one other person, your sidekick, as opposed to if you have an SUV, you can fit like 12 people in that motherfucking thing. So like having one person in your car with you is intimate. Driving an SUV, to me, is like babysitting. So yes, the days that I can grasp, hug, and hold optimism, I do it with both hands, my arms, my chest. And then I make mistakes, but the trust meter in me is high, and I do enjoy that. I try not to make any mistakes. I make them. We are all in 2020 together. All 45 of us. And yeah, I feel like you're X-Man leader at the top of the mountain. When like, what do we have to answer today? And that like every day presents 1,000 million chances of different futures, timelines that collectively 7 billion of us walk into. And that for the first half of I just have not been impressed with the choices that have been made. And I'm getting overconfident that I'm impressed with the choices that I've made. Well, like when somebody asked me that question, what do you want to do? I was like, defend everybody. That's what I want to do. So I've been doing it. And to make things more complex, we had a Black Plague break out during 2020. Responsibility. Responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Responsibility. Yes, much of the second half stuff is giant big picture, like the universe is calling shots. So like your last 10 years, your last 5 years, your last 20 years, your future is being decided by all your collective actions. And you have like interdimensional demon aliens who are like, we just want to torture everyone all the time on an infinite loop. And since you're on my team, you're like, no, I do not want that to happen to my people, my solar system. No, I'm super anti-torturing everybody on an infinite loop, man. That seems like a bad scene all the time. There's plague. What should we do? Wear a mask. Okay, great idea. And we need to figure out a medical system that is going to give us accurate information on how to stay alive during times like these. We do not have that. We have a medical system that is going to roll out every single 2 weeks a vaccine and positive progress. And then recant and roll back that exact same statement weeks later. Or at least that has been the last 2 to 3 month way. The medical system definitely needs to have a come to Jesus moment. The medical system and the prison system. So, with our thoughts and imagination, we get to fire arrows into the universe. Arrows asterisk. So instead of like a fireworks, imagine yourself with 1 trillion creatures that all knew how to glow. And that you and the trillion creatures dance of glowness was the fireworks. It's like, if you've been listening, I'm big into space birds and space whales. That outside of our planet, there are creatures flying and swimming bigger and beyond us that our imaginations cannot even begin to comprehend in our 3D world. But I see space birds and space whales and they make me feel okay. Like there's grandma of the space birds, and there's grandma of the space whales. And that makes me happy. Yeah, grandma, and grandpa like Jesus. And Jesus, to me, is cool, and his love and his forgiveness. And there have been a lot of people who've disagreed with me over time. Like, okie dokie. I don't even know who St. Peter is. Does that mean I'm going to hell? Yo, Peter! How that dude from the Brady Bunch? That dude was cool. Oh, look at me. I'm leaning forward, straight in to you. There are 50 people here. That is nuts! Okay, so like the question is, so what does Jesus want me and us to do with the next 10 years? A lot of people are like, well, end times, rapture. But they've been saying that for 2,000 or 1,950 years. And using the rapture or the end times is not a good plan to have, man. At no point in time in history has that ever been a good plan for you, your family, your friends. Like, we're going to make it to 2030 and beyond. You and I. We're lucky and blessed. I'm grateful for that, while feeling white, straight, male guilt at the same time. Also, eating animals. Guilt. But I have roast beef in there that when I turn the camera off, I'll probably go in there and snarf that shit. They're 3D printing meats now that are not meat. How do you feel about that? Meat, if it tastes delicious and, you know, has a good texture to eat, then I could get into it eventually. You chickpea everything to the max? Alright, fine. Seems like a great way to go. Like the masks of food. So like, you gotta defend all people and all animals while talking about Jesus the exact amount of time appropriate. It's a tricky road to walk for sure, my friend. I'm surprised we're still friends, because it's usually like me talking. I feel like such a shitty friend, although I'm gonna undo my top button. Because like, I'm like a monologue-y gabbermouth. I love Coldplay. Rock and roll confessions. If you don't like Coldplay, I challenge you to write a better song than their best song. Songs like videos, man. Like, if you think I'm a shitty video maker, I challenge you to make a video better than the best video I've ever made. Or my top 10. I love you. Yeah, it seems like the month is a lot of death and Saturn and Jupiter. Eris and Pluto, Mercury, Venus. And up until now, the universe has taken fantastic care of me. It is you that I'm concerned about. Seems like, at least for the last decade, they let the stupid people distract people while they raked in all the money. And that system is grinding to a motherfucking halt. And that the one who says, I am death, destroyer of worlds, is here. And who is death taking with him on his motherfucking comet spaceship? I do not know. I do not believe it is my time to go. And I've watched a million ships crash against me. I've been in this game since I was like 7 years old.
Wait till you're announced. We've not yet lost all our graces.
Just because you have ruled for the last 2 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 20 years does not mean shit to me. 2020 is a whole new motherfucking game. And so the bluff has been called on Liar's Poker. We have the chance to do it the right way. Together. Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Nostradamus. That's where I'm at. Hemingway. And so you and I, we approach the third and final eclipse of summer 2020. It is lunar and penumbral. And the king of the lion says, do not look at it when that motherfucker is around. And at this moment, I cannot disagree with that. And so, protect Earth. It's a big vibe coming out of me. Of all the images I've shown, that like it is a big solar system. And that what is above the sky that we look at, we do not know. Ever since they killed JFK, upper atmosphere information has been sketchy. And credit, debt, money has been created at record levels we have never seen before in our lives. And so it's like, let's say the monolith shows up on the Earth of Mars, or the planet moon of Mars. And it is neutral. It is like Saturn, somehow on the moon of Mars. And it is like, all right, I'm neutral, I'm a supercomputer, what do you want me to do? And they were like, make us as rich as fucking possible. And so like the movie Big, where you get to the wish machine, they're like, hey, no, make us rich. So the last 20 years have been about like the monolith alchemists figuring out how to get rich and powerful, which does not deviate as much from a natural 3-act structure of narrative storytelling over any time span. That there's a weird indicator where like quality of life going down indicates individuals getting richer. But it's a matter of maintaining civilization in the inner middle breaking point. And there are rifles all over Earth. And so today I'm celebrating my own personal freedom because Texas governor has issued the proper thing of like during the Black Plague of 2020, Y2K, wear a motherfucking mask, and we're still figuring this shit out, and we will spend every minute and every day, every second figuring out how to make it another single day into the future. And that there are 7 billion people on the planet, and that they're all tiny babies and adults, and so they all get to cry out their opinion at all times, no matter what the fuck is happening. Whatever they are feeling, they're allowed to emotionally express that in Hemingway individual singular sentence form. And that Earth is a giant echo chamber, except you have a large portion of whatever is being said melted down into 80% of the people. And I'm a happy person on the team of people that are doing what they can to keep it together on planet Earth. That I am here now with you. And I'm doing what I can to help us keep it together. And I think it was 20. Thank you. It was 2017. I got in trouble because I said we'd already won. I am going to be tempted to look at the moon. And thank you, Russian spelling person. Oh, can we go into that? The media and intelligence agencies reported that Russia put out bounties on dead Americans. Which seemed like a weird report at a time we're fighting a fucking global pandemic. And it seems like one of those things that nobody's ever really going to be able to verify on super national level. But I guess it's entirely possible. And so, yeah, it's felt like, how do I get a bunch of little boys emotionally to stop warring with each other? How do I get everyone to stop fighting? And that is like my only fucking job, really. And at the end of the day, I don't give a shit what anybody says. My goal is to bring peace. And I don't care why you fear peace. I don't care why you fear families of Earth working together every day, every sunrise and moonset. And I get the argument that we can't make it perfect, but we can make it way better than this. And as I've said for many years, you can only take conventional war and conventional money so far. And I guess we would max it out till the 9th month of 2020. But I would fucking love to see major signs now that we are all on a planetary level doing much better than I expected on a worst case scenario. There is no good excuse not to work together. The JFK MLK Promised Land Mountain. We can stand upon it together if we so choose. Why would you choose anything else? As I have mentioned several times before, these days feel very Gemini into where they are now and infinity. Where you are straddling now and infinity. Like life carries on forever and never ever ends. And so that is how I play the game of life. Where I am trying to set myself up in a good position for now and infinity. Forever. You are going to live and dream forever. That is where I try to make my decisions from. So we are slowly approaching the third and final eclipse energy. That is going to kick off the next 10 years. And I don't want to get cocky, but I position myself well. And I'm super glad that I get to hang out here with you, 55 people. And I think it is kind of funny that I think Texas will be the first person to say we have no fucking interest in participating in a civil war. Like if someone were gonna step out and be Switzerland, be like, what type of dumb shit are y'all fighting about? We're not interested. That civil war in America or the Americas right now is not something Texas is interested or will be interested in. We're not looking towards furthering war amongst humans and animals right now in any way, shape, or form. And whoever the fuck you have to represent and be a salesman for you, war is not the way to go. And that, where they talk about Jesus being both man and God at the same time, Texas to me much represents the same thing. Where Texas is both a state of the United States and the greatest nation on the planet Earth right now because of the people. And at the end of the day, we are not interested in your dumbass wars of the past. We shall see. It is strange how to me, Midland and Odessa have always represented Middle Earth. And if you think I want to sell out Middle Earth, you do not know me. I don't want to sell out anybody. Yo. And so today, in its own way, Texas again reclaimed itself as a nation. Now I'm very proud that Texas, after drinking the Kool-Aid for a week or two, was like, fuck, this Kool-Aid is dipshitty and horrible and dumb, possibly satanic. We shall no longer drink this fucking stupid ass Kool-Aid. We are Texas. But I do not want to get too romantic and too optimistic. Because I do believe forces are fighting to get everyone infected with this Black Plague possible. And that the amount of people we've lost in the first half of 2020 has been unacceptable. And the amount of people we may lose in the second half is unfucking acceptable. And that at this point, every single human being on the planet should be a part of Space Force and plugged in to save all the good people that are out there. And stupid ass 1984 ideas will not help push this thing any farther forward. Those central banks are now allowed to print as much money every day as mathematically possible. And human beings judge their quality of life on the ability to be able to eat, drink, and carry on. So I don't know. I would guess this Mission Impossible communication to y'all will probably self-destruct when I'm done talking to you live. But I super duper absolutely appreciate the ability to talk to you guys from the heart. I love my whole X-Men squad. Thank you, Reverend. I love you too. And it definitely feels like the last 6 months you've had like salesmen show up and be like in your mind, like, let me explain to you why I shouldn't play good defense. Let me explain to you why you should accept the weirdest, least non-defensive positions. I'm gonna get one more beer. 64 people. I love you guys. There's a lot of people to me. Oh, fuck. That didn't not go exactly how I wanted to. Hey, this is a job interview. I was shaping up, sharpen my senses. If I could make a personal request, I would ask that white guys were allowed to play guitars again. Let it happen. Let Earth heal. I'm so toasted. Andrea, oh yeah. So thank you to Andrea and Whimsical Sources. Shit. Thank you, Andrea. Like, I feel like I should have had a stronger backbone. Hey, thank you. You rock, Mr. Knowles. One moment, please. Thank you. Thank y'all. Mr. Knowles. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, everyone in Asteroid Fight Club. That as that moment just happened, I was thinking that like during 2020, there's no other job I would rather have than Planetary Defense Commander. Even though I'm not satisfied or happy with the situation we're dealing with. So in that way, I'm lucky. Well, I was saying that like, hey y'all, the idea of making 10-year plans right now seems dumb as shit because we have a grand transition that is going on and definitely has been going on since 2018, 2017. We're like, what are we gonna do with 7 billion people and the next 10 years of the future? Like, we have to figure out a new plan. That like everything is collapsing all around us. And so part of the reason I made a crazy choice to do what I do is because I could see that the old world was not going into the new world. And that whatever you guys have been that has helped me carry on has been super amazing, especially on like an energetic level of whatever Asteroid Fight Club is and Space Force is. We are here protecting the planet and doing what we can to get to a better place as soon as possible. There is a heroic spirit here amongst us. And I do not take credit for it because there are many good men and women who have come way before me in the millions and billions who allowed me to be the man I am today. And that Storm is absolutely one of my favorite X-Men. Wakanda and Valhalla. And that Valhalla is much like the Infinity thing. Like, this shit lasts forever. Want it to. And the most powerful women on the planet are compact with power. But like in every move, in every look, in every way they just have power that cannot be quantified or defined, I would guess and believe. And yes, I'm a big fan of strong women and strong women during a plague. And so the people who are ahead of the game recognize for the next 2 years We have to figure out a way to feed everybody. That seems like the coolest and the easiest Earth quest. Like, all right, figure out how to feed everyone over the next 2 years. Like, how do we prevent anyone over the next 2 years of dealing with the Black Plague of starving? Like, it don't matter what God you believe in, you're going to feed everybody. It's like if you look back at my early part of Thor News, 2015, 2014, when I was talking about a single year Earth truce, where like every nation, every corporation, every group on the planet declared 1 year of peace. So for a single year, nobody would war against anybody. And then at the end of that year, you could decide where you wanted to go from there. If you decided, hey, warring all the time was way better than getting along, that's what we would go with. But giving peace and working together a honest shot. And then if you didn't like it, you could go from there. I pushed that for like 2 years. And that on the day that we fed everybody, we are all heroes. On the day we figure out a system where everybody gets clean water and food every day, we are all heroes. Yeah, there will probably be 10% of the people who are like, fuck clean water. Fuck feeding everybody from 2020 to 2022 for whatever dumbass fucking dickweed reason. Yes, there were probably 10% of those people. But the other 90% will understand how it is very valuable to give everyone clean water and feed everyone over the next 2 years. And every one of the 90% who helps us get there is a hero. One crazy thing you may or may not recognize is that there was a great book series called A Story of Fire and Ice. That they made an HBO show called Game of Thrones. Un momento, por favor. Jimmy! stick around. I'm gonna play guitar at some point, I imagine. Jimmy! So I've been doing this thing, Jimmy. Like I pull scripts that I've written for whatever reason. Like I got so arrogant, I was like, I don't care who reads them. I will just write them because they are good, interesting stories. And in a story called American Perfect, no, The American Dream, one of my favorite characters in it is a character named Jimmy. And like, as a thing, when you're a writer, if you're gonna pick a simple bumper sticker to apply to that character, Jimmy was always angry, funny, drunk James Dean. So if we eventually get to a point where I read out that script, that like that character Jimmy was always angry, funny James Dean. Where yeah, I guess it's like George Carlin as James Dean, but he was like 20 at the time in the script. And my stepdad's name was James, which is Jim. So I'm a huge fan of the Jim line. Jims have natural points inherently to being a good cowboy. I've always claimed to be bad at math and geography. I love y'all. And I honestly feel like I've been extremely protected for, I can't even describe how many years, but that for whatever reason that everyone has agreed to protect me. And that whatever danger I have been in has not been danger that the normal human being has to face. And so I have always felt the need to live up to whatever crown I was born with. And at the end of the day, I just want everyone to stop fighting. And Earth seems like a series of stupid family arguments. And I don't want to give in 100% to the totally optimistic side of me, but we are definitely closer to the possibility of giving up all stupid family arguments than we have ever been in our entire collective lives. Where there is a large portion of people who have war fatigue. And where the YouTube likes to freak out about murals and paintings, and with deepfake now in 2020, my favorite mural has been at the Denver airport of the kid with the hammer pounding the scimitar into a plowshare, and all the countries of all the nations representing. And he is, the weird thing was at the time he had a fucking gas mask. And so he represented both plague and conventional war. Somehow those kids, just like Scooby-Doo, figured out how to defeat his ass. And I've never finished those videos. We did like 5 hours of video footage in the Denver airport. We tried to find every single mural in the airport over 2 different days. Me and Jack Steele and the airport. And it was beautiful and peaceful and had a deep love for America. And I had never felt that YouTube and the tree community had misrepresented something. But like they had to interpret metaphors and they just totally got it wrong, bro. But self-centeredly, with the kid with the hammer and the barbarian shirt, I was like, Thor shows up and brings peace and all the magical, beautiful creatures of the forest protects them. As dimensional beings show up and are willing to eat everything. And so in those murals, I saw Valhalla and Wakanda. But somebody spent a lot of money making everybody fear every single mural that was in that fucking airport, even though there was just so many works of art that were brilliant, beautiful, and optimistic. Crazy days, man. That's why I love you. And I'm hugging you energetically right now. Because it does appear we have survived the solar minimum together. And with Saturn and Jupiter getting closer in the sky together to kiss, that my interpersonal power seems to keep getting stronger. That no matter how much bitchy or whiny I get, the good side of me continues to rule out. And that I'm very happy and pleasant and approved. But like I said, between us, 66 people, I am super cocky that like I do feel like the coolest man on the planet right now. And if you want to categorize it as white man on the planet Earth right now, I definitely feel like I'm hauling down numero uno. And I've spent the year telling people to avoid the plague like the plague and to protect your grandmother, your grandfather, your parents, your kids, your brothers, your sisters. Play defense. And of all the words anyone could speak, the words I've chosen to speak, and I've spoken a lot. I've made like 99 videos in June, bro. The majority of the time I chose my words wisely. And the advice I gave Texas and my own family is the advice that I passed out to you out there listening. And then I think by 2022, 2023, things will be fucking awesome. So not only do I have the patience to endure the rest of 2020, I have the patience to endure worst case scenario. Woo! One moment, please. We are all walking through the shallow of the valley of death together. As a man of my 48 years, I have always appreciated an excellent black boot. Like, I will wear a proper black boot for 5 to 10 years. And then I was thinking about Wolverine of the X-Men. Like, he had good boots, dude. Oh. Speaking of that, these are my $10 shoes from Walmart. They're comfortable as shit. So if you let a rock or a piece of glass slip through that motherfucking hole in the bottom, it hurts. One day I'm probably gonna have to replace these shoes. I bought them for $10 like a decade ago. So I've definitely got them at Walmart there and ones. All right, so say 1,000 years ago you had the King Arthur, Merlin, Mordred, Morgan Le Fay shit go down. And so that soap opera drama is like still continuing on. And we are attempting to right the wrongs that have made before us. And I try to recommend and remind people that the Snape factor exists. With many people being agents or double agents, you do not know how they have bet their chips until they're down. Vanilla Ice was supposed to have a concert. It got canceled. Yeah, I guess Jay-Z's right. Even at the end of the day, as your planetary defense commander, I'm an entertainer. But that I have to entertain you at a level that improves all of our defense. And not only do I love Earth, I love this entire solar system and the stars that surround us. If this is all you have to deal with, then deal with it. I think the Postal Service and the IRS are technically underrated. You guys are great. There are 59 people hanging out with me tonight on Celebrate Texas Freedom Day. I love you, Yellow. Asteroid blockchain. And I have thought many times about blockchaining voting. That if you are going to try and keep up some type of a circus democracy, and you're looking for integrity in your citizens voting honestly, even on an electoral college level, that if I understand any part of the blockchain, you can have blockchain video. Like you could do a lot with voting. Like technically every single American on that day they vote can vote with their phone and say, this is who I'm voting for, and this is why I'm voting for that. Not every American would have to take that option, but every American could have that blockchain option to where they put their video into their phone for 1 minute saying who they vote for, why they're voting for that person, and then put in whatever their social security number that verifies they're an American citizen. And that you would have a giant fucking database, and I would guess it would be like 70% of the people would be willing to do that. And then you had a giant database you could verify, and with a limited amount of time, hopefully they wouldn't be able to super bum rush the deep fake. Because no matter what, the election of 2020 on both sides, like those two sides, those two colors are going to be fighting it out on every single dog level you can motherfucking think of. Like they will trade grandmothers just to get their party elected and get their peace and power. There was a big saying after 2016, like they never thought she would lose. And so we are now in 2020 and the preposition has changed. They never thought he would lose. Where I'm in a weird position. The plague caught everybody off guard, except for Astroid Fight Club. Where like your imagination, your energy, your emotions are manifesting things in our universe now. And so I'm sure there are creative ways you could connect voting to the blockchain and make it work absolutely. Where we all recognize that 2020 is something special, that as an American you are still allowed to vote. You are still allowed to have your own opinion. And that we invite everyone to safely offer their opinion in 2020. And your vote. If you're going to vote, and I'm sure a lot of us adults are, who you voted for and why you voted that way. And that if anyone wanted to check behind the vote and the person, you could find it. And that so the 2020 vote would be democratic and American. And that as a referee, as planetary defense commander of whatever the battle is, the battle needs to be fair. And I've told y'all my position. That like our current president is not good at planetary defense and protecting American lives, in my opinion. And technically, he fucking sucks at it. If I had to give it one, like, he's egoed out. Which only magnifies how it's time for the next generation to lead in policy for the people. Like, the baby boomers have had their say and control policy for long enough. But if we are going to continue for another 30 years, 100 years, we have to have that type of vision, which no one in an old system has displayed. Communism, capitalism, and socialism have not displayed the wisdom that is going to take over the next 100 to 1,000 years. And so the 20th century wisdom is here now with us. And I partially represent that energy. And a lot of people represent the other partiality of that. With that, we're not going to be allowed to use a system designed for the last 100 years over the next 100 years. It is just not engineeringly sustainable in any fucking way possible. That you are living in a fantasy land or like the NBA or the MLB is going to play this week or next month. And that for the last 6 months, we've dealt with a large number of Fantasyland salesmen. I love T.I., by the way. Please put T.I. on my list of underrated people. And Rihanna, of course. Alright, so I had this thing for like 2 years. I imagined the X-Men and Marvel and DC movie. Like where I was just like the writer. And yes, Beyonce and Rihanna had a strong presence around the Storm character for sure. Because dude, our voices are a superpower. Your literal voice, when you speak the words, the way you say them, are a super duper duper power, bro, man, yo. And that if your soul had a sound, it is your voice. I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you what it feels like. And right now it's a still night in my windpipe. I can't breathe. And I believe I've been part of the team that has had a solid voice for a long time. Decades, man. And I love y'all! I am like fat Superman right now. And when my fundraiser is done, I'm looking forward to safely ordering groceries. I love you guys a lot, very much, and absolutely and totally. And I have talked to you 64 people multiple times over the last few years about us throwing a party. We're like, we get together over a weekend and there's music, there's presentations, there are cupcakes, there are margaritas, there's beer, there's delicious hummus and cheese. There's astrology and astronomy in a place that is very fucking dark so we can see the stars around us. We all just get to hang out together for a weekend. Go on tiny little adventures for like 100 hours. And I would love to have like 10 or 20 minute zones where like, if there are 100 of us moving together as a unit, nobody's allowed to talk. We all just enjoy being there in the same room, place, underground rock cavern together in silence, but 100 of us are there in the same fucking cavern. Being like, wow, this thing is beautiful, magnificent, magical. And then the times we go above ground and there's good rock and roll music. Or music. So I have been dreaming of us having a party together for a long time. And I want every single person there to have a good time. Technically, I've been talking about that shit since 2015, bro. Or maybe even earlier. And I don't want to spend a single second talking about fucking politics. I don't want to spend a single fucking second.
On the first page of us, it's alright because I like the way it hurts. Just go.
I'm still here. You are still here. It is still possible. And I know there are great musicians scattered across America and the planet who could blow our fucking minds in that singular moment. And that we will all be able to look at Saturn and Jupiter together and be like, look how far we've come, baby. I definitely feel like a Sagittarian tank that has rolled through 8 years, 20 years of pure negativity and bad salesmanship. Where we've had a lot of dumbass motherfuckers with loud bullhorns dish out a lot of bad prophecies that never came anywhere close. And I'm still like, I have a joke where like it seemed like a lot of groups vetted me. And there was a period where the Russians were vetting me. And that the note in the form was, he's a cool kid. The best alcoholic liquid I've ever had in my life. Apollo gave it to me. Apparently it was made in Tennessee or Kentucky. And it tasted like apple pie. That whatever alchemist that day designed, whatever was a whiskey in a glass, that alchemist made it taste like apple pie. Where it was some of the most delicious shit you've ever tasted, and it had all the effects of a whiskey, bourbon, or scotch. And so to this day, at my 48th year and halfway of any alchemy elixir anyone's ever handed me, Apollo and his mad band, Cap, music people, they made a whiskey that tasted like apple pie. And that has blown my mind ever since. Also, there was a band called Heavy Pie, Heavy Whipped Cream that came out of Tennessee like a decade ago, and they had the cutest drummer I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. Like, a beautiful drummer, female, that was good at drumming. It was one of the most amazing miracles I've ever seen in my entire life. And I prayed to Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, to see that again. We definitely should be at a point where we're sharing the best recipes state to state, nation to nation. If you like it, cool. You don't like it, all right. Yes, I agree. My drinking is way up compared to 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016, 2015, 2014, 2013, 2012. And one of the focuses for the next 6 months is going to be on our collective mental health, where we are watching many of the things we believed in for our entire lives being torn down and or crumbling before our motherfucking eyes. So it's going to be very, very roller coastery for all survivors. But as I've mentioned, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be here with you for at least a decade. Between us, though, please know there have been times over the last 8 years where I have gotten incredibly paranoid. Thank you, and thank y'all. Thank you, Rachel. 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 And so as Jupiter and Saturn come together, Jupiter is luck. Like if Saturn were the old dark star sun, and the sun is the new sunny sun, that in between is Jupiter, and Jupiter is luck. And so, in your imagination, you can close your eyes and envision both luck and karma. That is where we're at. 2020, in my opinion. We're at luck and karma. And it seems like it is hard to kill me. And so I'm very concerned about everyone else. I'm doing what I can to teach all about defense. Wait. I love the song. As an editor, you have to be prepared to watch or listen to something a million times and not get sick of it. It has to be able to capture you with the same energy the first time as your 1,000 times listen to it as it goes into the process. And so, there are songs that I can listen to a zillion times and never get sick of them. And there's something about this song where every time it comes on, I love it. Every single time. And I thank you for being you and for hanging out with me on the 2 days I've gotten to celebrate in 2020. Whereas Planetary Defense Commander, I get to be both proud of my mayor of Houston and my governor of Texas. And I recognize it partially my fault that I could have laid out a better proposition of why everybody needs to wear a mask. Why, like, even shutting down any travel to Texas. Why track and trace? That my game was not flawless as your Planetary Defense Commander. And I cannot tell you how tired I am of crying. I have not taken a lot of time out in 2020 to cry. I don't like funerals or hospitals. And my position has been that he is here. That like God is here with us now. That God is among us now. As we walk the earth, as we live and breathe, God is here. In this song, they mentioned selling your soul. And that has never been something I've been interested in. That like my soul is my own interpersonal star fire. And I have loved my star fire probably maybe too much. I love Astroid Fight Club. It is cool that in this moment I can hold Game of Thrones 2020, Wakanda, and Valhalla. And get back to the point that like you had to vote between peace and war. I think we're getting high 90s for peace, man. And so that to me on this moment is fucking exciting. Having all governments agree to feed everybody for the next 2 years is sexy as fuck. So the dream is, personally, for me and us, where like you can drive your vehicle or the vehicle can drive itself from Alaska all the way down to Antarctica. That there's a giant super road for your supercar that will take you, that you can go to so you can see localities galore. And that you build a fucking super highway along the volcano chain. I mean, not exactly specific. You know, you should know what I'm talking about. I mean, it seems like we've been in a terraforming world for a while. Where terraforming is absolutely a possibility. And we may have some type of electrical terraforming events coming up in the future that we are going to have to deal with. Where like electricity itself is going to change the planet. redefine the planet. You can look to Mars's Velas Marineris for specific analysis. And that I significantly tie that into the possible losing of the Great Lakes, Mississippi River location. Though electricity and lightning and any other offsprings have cosmic energy, you know, that individual bodies can hold. And as I mentioned before, I enjoy being Planetary Defense Commander because being able to talk about the big stuff that nobody's really talking about, that is the thing that I love. Being able to talk to you guys as like 2020 adults who get how big the scale of all things are now. I appreciate having 49 people here and 69 up thumbs and the Knowleses and the Rowlings. Okay, think about Noah's Ark, where you still had at least 2 of every creature on the planet and you are sailing. I can guarantee you every step of that sailing was not exactly totally peaceful. We're like, we got this 100%. And so there were questions on whether or not all the creatures would make it to the shore from A to B. And it definitely feels like there is part of that is going on. That, like, the battle between love and hate is at its extreme maximum points, but that hate is not doing very fucking well. But I would like to remind you that I always get notifiers that say that, like, Hitler 3 or Cthulhu 10 or Satan 56 or Lucifer 62 or Beelzebub 75 are here now. And I do not deny that. King Solomon said that there were like 78 demons total in the feudal system of demonology. But I am a firm believer of one of the people who keeps the torch alive of hope, that love always finds our way. And I do love the city. And so, shit, how many hours do I have left to celebrate what I consider a Planetary Defense Commander victory today, where the governor, the highest position in the state, is basically saying, wear a motherfucking mask. I saw a tweet earlier that said there were 2 types of people in America. The people who were in New York in April and the people who were not. So we've had Wuhan to fucking watch, pay attention, figure it out. And then we had New York, New Jersey to watch, pay attention, figure it out. And now I have my own personal state, Texas, to watch and figure it fucking out. And it has been a bumpy road. But today we made the right call and Texas is headed in the right direction. So I'm taking this live cast, streaming to you to partially just celebrate as Planetary Defense Commander. It's like, fuck yeah, we did it. Oh, we did it. This is what you do. Wear a motherfucking mask. And that we do not know what dark energies are going to show the fuck up and try and take people away from our planet. But we will have Texas heroes that survive and thrive and do not lose to whatever the fuck is here. We will have people who will carry on the messages of the elders that have gone on before of us. We will have the strong Texans. Texas will still stay Texas. And yeah, we probably have demonic forces that want to drop the Great Lakes to Texas, Mississippi, into the motherfucking ocean. And then own all the real estate that would exist post major earthquake. And so you got to deal with that in your own personal way, which is why I drew like you're operating that it is just going to happen either way until I get different information. And so notice it's like this is the area that would be the great. These are the Great Lakes. Technically look like lawn. He's saying, "Hey, Dad," and I spent a lot of time with my dad in Colorado. So definitely the corridor between Texas, Colorado, and my stepdad spent a long time in Kansas as an intercontinental ballistic missile silo commander. So that whole corridor I've showed to be fucking important. And that I'm not interested in trading a single live from here to there and even into Canada for whatever dumbass fucking supervillain reason. Even if you rolled out 10 of the sexiest women on the planet and all had them shove their boobies in my face, I'm like, no, I'm not selling you out. Though I would probably enjoy the boobies for a moment. So that's where I'm at. And one of my favorite points of music was the Red Hot Chili Peppers moment where like nobody can really define this or categorize it. And you're like, what are the Red Hot Chili Peppers? And you're like, oh, the Red Hot Chili Peppers are the Red Hot Chili Peppers. And so they defined and labeled themselves just by being band. And they're definitely one of the best bands Earth has ever seen. I'd like to remind you again, I lived for a year in Hollywood, which is in Los Angeles, California. And then I lived for like 6 to 9 months in North California, which is like Silicon Valley-ish. Firstborn unicorn. 100 monkeys! And I definitely love California. Californians. And if I had to stereotype people, anyone who lived even mildly along the coast, and that includes Texas, Houston, you have a coastal, oceanic coolness to you. Like, you are wave after wave after wave, whatever comes, I'm gonna survive that shit. And so non-landlocked people always seem to be able to deal with whatever the fuck comes your way. And the Red Hot Chili Peppers lyrics are still as pertinent today as they were when they were made, if not more so. Relevance. Firstborn unicorn. Hey. But I've never been a fan of porn because I've had the real thing. And that any digital form of sex or hugs or cuddling is 0% like actual hugs, kisses, or cuddling or sex. And so there's like no connection to with me. Which in ways has made me unrelatable to some people, I guess. But I can, with my imagination, imagine me being like this, and then every single X-Men woman crush I have sleeping totally naked all around me, in a very like I'm your pillow kind of a way. Though at least one of them starts to kiss me before we all wake up in the morning, which caused problems. And so, sorry? Ooh. But do you guys even remember what it's like to have musicians hold this amount of power? I will never forget. Never. There are a few people that society deems okay to date 18-year-olds. But Anthony Kiedis, the lead singer of Red Hot Chili Peppers, if he dates an 18-year-old woman, it's like, I'm dating her. I'm like, I'm okay with that. That is, I guess, a controversial take. I don't even know. Dating is mostly mythical. Like speculating on other man's dating lives in 2020 just seems stupid as fuck. But I do believe the universe will hand me some type of super absolute badass superhero Jedi woman who's like, you know what? I get you. I bet if you got me, we could do superhero things together. over the next decade. Or I will have 1 to 3 girlfriends who make up their principal. And I love you. And thank you for being here. Because, dude, like, today I usually do a bunch of videos, but after the last 6 months, I was just fucking exhausted of, well, like, I would like to be semi-human for a day. And that nobody knows what is going to happen over the next 10 days. Nobody knows. I do not know. You do not know. Nobody knows. And so for the next 10 days, which has the eclipse, third and final, and then the 5-day period I have discussed for years in my channel. So that, like, we're kind of like fists up, shields up, and for the next 10 days, we're just observing everything that is happening. And that we are technically not supposed to be drawing any fucking conclusions. And for the next 10 days, we are just here assessing all the data. And then 10 days from now, we will reconvene. That is where we are at. And then I am very happy that Texas has been like, wear a motherfucking mask today. And I'm like, bitch, if that protects your grandmother, your grandfather, your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your kids, then I don't give a fuck if it ain't convenient to you. I agree with me. They're like, if I were to go walk 4 miles wearing a mask, it is not optimal to not wearing a fucking mask. But this is motherfucking 2020, and we're dealing with like a bubonic plague. Whether it has an ROI of 0.4% or 0.114%, doesn't fucking matter. We don't want to lose a lot of fucking people right now. And I am like, please bring no war to my door. For the rest of 2020, please bring no war or conflict to my door. I'm here to protect you and your everything. And I would love it if you would do the same. And if you disagree, bitch, I have karma and luck to my left and my right. And yes, please be prepared for every demon and devil and dimensional creature to show up and try and fuck everything up that humans stand for. But I have some weird confidence that, like, even if everybody fucks everything up, I may be able to work out some super badass samurai shit that saves the day and extends time for however long. And please do the same. I do not need to save the day every day. Any day you can save the day for all of us is a great day. And I thank you and I appreciate you. Yeah, so my mom, Phyllis, Texas Angel, that Hearst lady, Hearst. It was like there was a point where Orson Welles and the Hearst got in a fight, man. I wasn't even born. But I got born and then I was like, what? Y'all calm the fuck down, please. But yes, I confess, I would love to see the Neptune pool. I would love to fucking drink a strawberry daiquiri with whipped cream in that Neptune pool. Okay, so if you're gonna add Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Nostradamus, Orson Welles, and Ayn Rand, you could definitely stick in that motherfucking category of whatever the fuck we were ranking, bitches. And Noodles, you are awesome. May the Lord bless the Noodles family. X-Men forever. And thank you to Eddie Vedder. Because if there was one person on the planet that taught me I could sing, not have to worry about what anyone else ever thought about my singing, it was Eddie Vedder. Like, if you just had to let energy out sonically, Eddie Vedder was the person who taught me, like, yeah, dude, just let it go. Today I couldn't wait to talk to you guys and drink whiskey. Cause I miss y'all more than you will ever know. I really think if you would let white people sing and play guitar, you would much less fucking up. We're talking about lyrics. And I know someday you'll have a beautiful sky. But in somebody... I know you'll be a sun in somebody else's sky. But why? Why can't it be me? Those are some infinity motherfucking lyrics. Eddie Vedder and Pearl Jam have soul. You had to pick and choose who you thought had soul. I definitely give it to Eddie and the band. If you were just trying to express the energetic moment that was taking place, Pearl Jam is as good as it got. And so, yeah, I think we're going to see a majority of the planet step up to the microphone and express how they feel. And that we are going to end up in a better place than we are now. I'm vaping for this shit. I love y'all. Y'all are fantastic. And I have said multiple times that I lost Mama 2 at the end of 2017. And then I lost my stepdad in 2018 at the start. And so 2020 has been easier for me to handle than 2018. Like, of man years, 2018 was the hardest year I've ever had to endure. And that compared to 2018 personally, I've been handling 2020 way motherfucking better, man. I think that same year we lost Stan Lee and William Goldman. So if people have to fight, yo, dude, I'm still here. I'm still mountain for you to crash your ship upon. But what I really want is peace and unity amongst the people. And my dreams in 2020 have been fucking crazy. And so ironically, between Longshot and Cable's number one superpower is that he always knows what time it is. Like everybody on the planet can have the wrong time. But Cable's like, nope, I have the correct time, y'all. July, August, September, October. We still got 4 months before November. That's about 120 days, man. We got 120 days, 2020 style, before November. And so I and you have chosen who we are, what we want to be, what team we're on over the last 10 years. I feel like the luckiest man on the planet right now. Like I said, I get to feel like the coolest man there is. And please, dudes, forgive me feeling that way. May you feel the same equally. I enjoy being on the team that helps keep it together. And it's a big fucking team, man. Everybody needs somebody. Whoa. So yeah, within the 24-hour limit, it is like, hey, what did your city, what did your state do today? And so I am still proud of Texas. Absolutely. And Houston. But I recognize shit has been a fucked up spiritual war. For I can't even pinpoint when it started. I would guess when Kurt Cobain died. That's how long this shit has been going on. Possibly longer. And my defense can be worn down by beautiful eyes, beautiful booty, or boobies, napes, shoulders, womanly qualities. Like, would I sell my soul for the sexiest woman on the planet? Granted, that is an excellent exposition thesis question to ask, but no. Like, I'm not going to sell out a single human being or millions of human beings just so I can bury my face in some fantastic titties. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been there before. And some nihilistic people are like, there's nothing new under the sun. And so at this old age that I'm at, the idea of me selling my soul, which I have not done before now it seems fucking absurd. But I'm still both knuckles deep into the war, spiritual warfare that is happening now on Earth. And I'm like, yeah, okay, feed everybody, end all wars, drinking water, end all wars, end all wars, end all wars, end all wars. Like, why the fuck is China fighting with India? Why the fuck is Palestine fighting with Israel? Why the fuck is America fighting with everybody? End all wars. I have the freedom today to say, end all wars. I get that there's 7 billion people and they have different opinions than mine, but still, end all wars is the best fucking strategy. Like, what do you have to lose? What is the risk reward? Like, we ended all wars and shit just got worse. Like, it just doesn't even seem like it is logical progression in a narrative structure. So I'm at the point where we should end all motherfucking wars, bro. And people are still like, no. And I'm like, okay, I will wake up and say the same shit in a different way every single day, I guess, because that is my job. And there are 49 people watching now. That is nuts. But if you and I were hanging out at a bar or in your backyard, this is what it would be like. Though hopefully you would get to talk way more often. You know, I would be an accommodating person. I have a crush on two women named Sarah. I had a fantasy today about holding hands. But like if I got to do one thing right now today, yesterday, what would it be? And it was definitely holding hands. Like the simple idea of holding hands with another human being and then walking while being able to hold hands together. That just sounded like the coolest fucking thing ever that existed on planet Earth. You know? And so technically we've kind of been digitally holding hands through 2020. And I thank you for that. Thank you for that. Describe 3 Sarahs. I would definitely say strong hips across the board. Gravity's a strange thing. So yeah, 3 Sarahs, a Star Trek ship. Bang, bang, bang. Their hips keep the triangle of the Star Trek ship together, moving forward. And it is strange that it's cancer season. Cancers being like Selena Gomez, Ariana Grande, Aline Musk, and Chris Pratt. If I missed anyone, I'm sorry. Andrea? It's weird. Apparently she was buying Stairway to Heaven. And I will spend my money buying groceries for lockdown. The second lockdown, to try to warn everybody who's coming back, you know, like fuck, these openings are not gonna go well. And then you got the NBA like, hey man, we're playing games. Plus, Cuomo and MTV Music Awards, like we're having an award show. Like what the fuck? Like, this seems like a lot of wasted energy, man. And though we are now in, like, let's see how it goes time. And so even though people keep testing positive in the NBA for the coronavirus, and major pop stars are not disclosing their records for their health status, we're still looking towards a August play date for both the Music Mafia and pro sports. And I've definitely been like, yo, man, the plague is something you gotta fucking deal with for like 2 years at our pace. So we are gonna see what happens at the very start of July. And one Joseph Swift thing I've offered up is that you can give 10 points to every basket made in the NBA from any player that is positive with the coronavirus. But then earlier I thought that would be negative because you would then be encouraging people to get the coronavirus to score more points in the NBA. So that is a bad fucking idea. We should pull it off the table. And then, if I understand super famous people correctly, they all have at least an entourage that is like 10 to 6 deep. And so, if you are going to have an award show at the MTV Awards, but like music television is definitely an 80s, 90s thing, in 2020, you're going to be pulling in lots of people between the age of 15 to 40 will then super spread whatever virus to people within the New York, New Jersey area. Like, those people are just gonna have fucking parties, so no. And then the Republican convention, which is like a week from now, 7,000 people, is same basic lines of like, why the fuck are you having a convention? Why the fuck are you having an award show? Why the fuck are you having a fucking NBA season? We are in a plague and a pandemic. And I realize the digital guy that shows up at your doorstep 35% of the time may say, hey, don't worry about it, motherfucker. You'll never see that dude again, especially if you get the coronavirus. So, shit is weird. And so hopefully I expect Texas to take a step forward on how to feed and house the people in Texas for the next 2 years. But that Texas is going to set an example of how to deal with what we're dealing with over the next 2 years. We got a 2-year window to deal with, and then we figure out what the fuck we gotta do after it is gone or is not killing people on a super fucked up level. I mean, the people who don't even understand a new variable 0.5% rate, kill rate, on top of everything we were dealing with before 2020, that's a lot of people, man. And it is everybody getting that type of a disease thingy where you were like, fuck, my day or month or year has been ruined because my lungs cannot chunk it out like they used to be. And I'm super grateful I get to hang out here with you. I super love Houston. And I would like to explain again on a Texas level that they have been tracing you with your Facebook, they have been tracing you with your Twitter, they've been tracing you with your Google, they've been tracing you on every digital device you ever motherfucking had, including your audio and visual conversations. And then they feed it in the AI. Anywho, so the whole track and trace thing that would help people figure out who is infected and who is not. Like, they already have all the information you are fucking scared they will get and harvest and use against you now. They've had that shit for a decade, at least 5 years, bro. So, tracking and tracing where to avoid the thing you're trying to avoid is super helpful, and that you have to have a positive, forward-thinking brain to not prevent the part of the system that would help everyone in Texas. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, for at least 5 years, I've understood that, like, multiple versions of things have been listening to whatever I said, whatever I did, wherever I moved. And that is not only the same for me, but for you. And at this time where it is best for us all to know where the virus is and where the virus isn't, is very helpful. And whatever data collection you may fear, they already fucking have, bro. So in Texas, I'm pro track and trace. Like, where's that shit at? Where do we have to avoid it? And I get that is not a popular opinion. But I think everyone's data security mentality is like 20 fucking years behind what is happening now. You were talking about any type of data intrusions, that whatever common verbiage is being pushed forth is a decade or two behind. The idea of having a digital defense for the people has never been proposed by any politician you've ever heard of. Whereas data has become the new fucking oil. And data can be manipulated to the highest motherfucking levels. If I had to have a candy that sponsored all this, it would be Whoppers. I don't know if you've ever had Whoppers, but Whoppers are super badass. They're a multi-layered candy that makes you fucking happy, and they're delicious because you get the chocolate that starts to melt in your mouth, and then you get the malt. You're like, holy crap, I may eat the whole box because these things are wonderful. You get candy at the store for like $1. So the candies I'm showing you are also the little chunks of cookie dough, which are close to Whoppers but not as great. And then, but Crunch Bar. I don't know if you've ever had Rice Krispies in chocolate. It is fantastic. And I do recommend it. Had these for like 2 weeks. I've not eaten them yet. They're here in case I need them. And so like 100 years ago, I don't even think air conditioning was prevalent, let alone chocolate and candy bar cellophane form. So I definitely appreciate beer, Texas, whiskey, and chocolate, and Jesus and Rose tonight. and Houston. And I think Mayor Sylvester Turner has done a fucking great job. And they're like, Jesus is everywhere we go, man. Jesus is all around. But with the death and crucifixion of Jesus Christ 2,000 years ago, we still have to deal with the next 10 years and somehow figure it out together. Because the world is not ending today. The world is not ending tomorrow. Civilization is not collapsing anytime soon. Not on my watch. At least a decade. Man, it's so crazy that I get to like drink whiskey and then talk to you for a couple hours. And obviously I love talking to you. John 3:17. Jesus, like God so forth loved the world that he gave his only son. Is that John 3:16? But Jesus then said, the peacemakers are the children of God, meaning that God has multiple sons. And even if you track it across mythology, like Odin had multiple sons, Zeus had multiple sons, God probably has multiple sons. And so I always interpret it as that like God gave his greatest son. And that so when there was a giant battle to be had 2,000 years ago, God's greatest son was the tip of the spear at the front of it, and he died for the sins of everyone. That he forgave everyone in the worst moments where you are nailed to a fucking cross and getting stabbed with a spear and having shit thrown at you. He still had the power and perseverance to forgive every single person and creature on the planet. Which makes him absolute superhero number one in my book as far as I know. And that we are 2,000 years beyond that day. And that we do not need to be sacrificing or torturing anyone for any fucking reason. And those willing to sacrifice others or torture others are not the team that I'm on. And are not on the team I will ever be on. Like, the sexiest woman on the planet may be able to infiltrate my camp and get in close and be like, hey, let's kill a bunch of people. I'll be like, no! Doesn't matter how sexy you are. Selling out human beings has never been part of my game and never shall be. And I love Storm. Speaking of X-Men, absolutely, without a doubt. And there's a giant Storm army. We're doing our best to protect all four corners. And Leo King says, do not look at this fucking eclipse that is coming up on the 4th. We gotta be in the 3rd now, right? Fuck no, it's only 10:50. Time is crazy this year. I'm buttoning up though. I don't want us to get a cold. And the point that has been pushed out before is the last lunar eclipse that the Americans could see was in 2001 in July. And then 2 months later, you had September, which was 9/11, which sucked. And then things got suckier after. So yeah, it's a spiritual war. I'm still here. You're still here. And I appreciate that. And I love you. Stay cool. Rabbit, rabbit. It's the 2nd, 3rd now. Rabbits are cute. Definitely, if you look at some animals and just assess their cute factor, rabbits are super cute. And the things that they do, the way that they move. Rabbits are cute. Birds are cute. Dogs are cute. Cats are cute. Lizards are cute. Even spiders, when you get to know them, are cute. Like, every single creature on the fucking planet is cute. Even pigs and cows. Although, I don't know, chicken, there could be a chicken argument. But I haven't hung out with a lot of chickens. But as we start off the video with Jesus, whiskey, women, and I guess Houston, Texas, that like there's the ancient word and there's now. So we are not preparing for our doom. And that, as I know it, we're not preparing for a rapture. We are preparing to figure out how do we make the next decade the best decade we've ever had. That is my job as a Christian soldier. Figuring out how to make the next 10 years as amazing and awesome as possible for everyone. How do we improve everything? How do we end all war? That is my job. That has been my job. It is my job. And I love my job. But shit is fucked up in 2020. And the crazy thing when I'm like, what are we fighting for? Like, what is everyone like, why are you all fighting? Why are people fighting? Like the whole why are you fighting? It is absurd in 2020, especially during a pandemic plague, Black Plague. Like, why are you fighting? It is just dumb as shit. Dickweedish. And that they know nothing else. I'm on Team Earth, baby. And I love you.